Lori, my partner, and I have to do, and what's one thing we have to avoid doing?
Well, I think the number one thing you have to do is be a fan. And you played pro sports. I never played pro sports. I played in college, but I realized I played a lot of basketball, but in getting involved with the team, the team shows up every day. There's 100 games if you count the playoffs. It's amazing strain on the body. You've got back-to-backs. The fans don't understand that. They don't know that this might be a guy who's played 40 minutes the last 5 games, and that guy's got to go out there like it's the first time he went out there. It's a show every night. So I think be passionate about your players, the team, the community. That'd be number one thing to do. And then what not to do, I think the biggest problem new owners have is they want to come in and win too quickly. Mm. And we studied all the teams and drafts. We did another Bain study on drafting and all the we're very, very analytic based. We started something called the BIA, the Basketball Intelligence Agency. There's a little sign. It's like the FBI, the CIA sign, but it says BIA on it. We have a PhD from Duke. We have MIT. We have the whole crew in there. We're on our 20th kind of regression model now in terms of how do you pick players, strategy, and the rest. But I would say you need to take a long-term venture capital-like approach to it rather than turn it overnight. So you've seen many situations where you buy the team, they trade all the draft picks, bring in 1 or 2 old players that probably have something left, but maybe 1 year or 2 years left. And then if they get hurt and they don't win, you're out of draft picks, and then you're starting over again. Mm-hmm. So we always took this kind of 5-year plan approach of building by the draft, doing trades where they made sense. We didn't try to turn it around overnight. Mm-hmm.
AI, how it has penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea, but ultimately you still have to do a lot with it. To just give you very superficial ideas but at the end, you still have to customize and have to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment. Yeah.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I see that when the designer doing is the spirit, is the heart that the computer don't have.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech sector.
Spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
One of the fascinating things, especially if you think about sort of the intervening years between the championships from 08, right, to 24. It's a long time, especially in the NBA. The league has utterly transformed. What do you think is the most meaningful thing that's happened in those intervening years, other than like new owners coming in? Like, how has the business of basketball changed?
Well, if you look back 20 years ago, you would count fans in the hundreds of thousands. The Celtics didn't really have even emails with the fans. There was no Instagram. There was no Facebook. So it was very traditional. It was radio and broadcast television. So what's happened in that 20 years is media and technology has changed dramatically. You can now count fans in the billions, and the Celtics reach and the NBA reach is global. Adam Silver and David Stern did an incredible job getting out ahead of the curve. I mean, people used to criticize them for having an office in China, putting up early infrastructure in Europe. But now that's paid off big time. 30% of our players are from overseas, and they've done a phenomenal job just broadening the appeal and the product of the game. So technology and media have changed dramatically, and that has led to more abilities to monetize, players to create their own brands, more engagement on websites, and now you have a big battle between what I'll call old media and new media for those eyeballs, and that's why sports properties are so valuable.
You have a great passion for the game of basketball. You played at Duke for 1 year.
I was the worst player on the worst Duke team ever.
Okay, you still made it. You still made it.
Kind of like Bob Beeman's long jump, and no one will ever exceed that.
2 of your kids played at Duke.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 of your boys. Okay, so you went.
And
to
one
Duke.
at Amherst. Can't leave out Amherst.
Okay, and you went to Duke.
Yep.
You went to Harvard Business School.
Yep.
You were thinking about getting your PhD. At what point did you know that you were just built a little different?
Well, the funny story was I wasn't that strategic. The reason I didn't get the PhD is my grandfather was a shoemaker. He made $8 an hour. I had lots of student debt. I was going to be a professor at Harvard, so I went to get the doctorate, and I didn't have enough money. So I looked down the list, and what was the highest paying jobs? It was investment banking and consulting. and for summer jobs.
Yeah.
So I had an offer down here and an offer in Boston. I wasn't that strategic, so I said, well, I don't have to get a new apartment. I already have my lease in Boston. So I took consulting.
Wow.
And then that turns out to be very transformational for me. So after the summer, I was going to go back and get the doctorate, and they said, we'd love you to join, this small company, Bain & Company then, and if you stay here for 3 years, we'll pay for the doctorate. So I said that that's a great deal. I have no money, I have $100,000 in debt, I had nothing. So I took that job, and then that was about 40 years ago, and I've never really left the Bain system. And
wow.
And Bill Bain has unfortunately passed away, but because I thought maybe I'd get my doctorate again, he would pay for it, but they probably don't have that document anywhere.
Yeah, he's like, no, but seriously, Bill promised me I could get a doctorate. What's funny is I'm sitting here, they talk about all the New York, Boston stuff. It's like, so maybe if you had taken the job in New York, everyone in here is like, wait, could they own the Knicks instead? It's like, that's a sliding doors moment if I've ever seen one. I want to talk about Atalanta a little bit, because the story there is fascinating in terms of like sort of how you get there. Tell us that story of like how you get into that business of football.
Well, that goes way back. Again, when I got out of school, my grandfather and father said I had to major in accounting. I hated accounting, but sorry if there's accountants out there, but I didn't really like accounting. But they said it was the only people employed during the Depression. They'd both lived through the Depression, and they thought every year another depression was coming. 1929 was coming. So I said, fine. So I got the accounting degree at Duke, but then I didn't realize to get the CPA, which they wanted me to get, you had to work 3 years in accounting. So I had 6 or 7 offers, and I went to all those firms. I was 22, and I didn't tell them why. The reason why is I didn't want to really do accounting, but I said, anybody who sends me overseas, I'll take that job. And in those days, they would never send a 22-year-old person with no experience overseas, but one firm wanted me bad enough, Pete Mark Mitchell, KPMG Today. They sent me to Holland. So I'd never been out of the country. I jumped on a plane. And in those days, this is incredible. In those days, the only sports scores you could get was International Herald Tribune 3 days later. So to figure out who won the World Series, you'd have to get a paper that's 3 days old. But anyway, the only thing I could do is I was a sports guy, so soccer was huge, and the Dutch went to the finals in 1978. I became a big soccer fan. Fast forward 40 years later, one of my partners from Italy called and said, "Hey, there's a family that wants to meet you, the Percassi family in Italy, right outside of Milan, and they like some help. Maybe you buy a minority position in the team, help globalize it." So I went there. I got on a plane. I got off the plane, and I looked around. Everybody looked like me because my grandfather's from there, and I said, "This is a great place." And so I really hit it off with the family, and we ended up, putting a major investment in there, and they had the same goals we did. They wanted to make it bigger. They wanted to globalize, and it's been a great synergy between the Celtics and them because we've used our stat guys. We have a stat guy there now. We share marketing ideas. We share training ideas. We share player development ideas. So it's been fantastic.
So I heard this Ted Lasso comparison, which I love. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean,
it was like Ted Lasso, Italian Ted Lasso.
Yeah,
Ted Lasso. But it really is like that. And the Italians have a fantastic culture. I hadn't spent any time growing up there. My grandparents were both from Italy. I'd never really been to Italy before, and they welcomed me there. And it's just a great culture. The food is great. the soccer is just a huge passion. It's a lot. Atalanta's a lot like the Celtics. They have a kind of a national brand in Italy. It's everybody's second favorite team, except if you're from Bergamo.
Right.
People love Atalanta because it's been the little team that could. It's kind of overachieved for a number of years. The Crossis have done an amazing job building one of the best academies in Europe. The reason we invested is we wanted to compete, and with that academy, you compete every year because they crank out so many good players. At one time, when we bought the team, I think they had 5 players on the under 23 national team, and that means the other 19 clubs had the other 15 players, and we had 5.
I do want to go back to that because you have such an embedded competitive advantage. Number one, 40 years at Bain, one of the best consultant private equity firms in the world, and then Boston Celtics, one of the most iconic franchises in the world, as well run as anyone. So when you take those 2 practices, what best practices do you take to your thesis investment and take it to Europe?
Well, I think what you take is we were trying to bring it to a more analytic approach.
Yeah.
And they're behind in soccer and that in general. And so the Percassis wanted that. They're very receptive to that. So we brought in a stats team. We just expanded that team. And Mike Zarin, who really kind of runs our whole stat operation, has come over many times, and he turns out to be a big soccer. Unfortunately, he's an Arsenal fan, but in Italy he's an Atalanta fan. But he's come over and helped us set that up. The second thing is more global brands. So we're doing some deals with some global brands right now that we'll announce soon that are going to be very transformational for Atalanta. And then looking at fan amenities, we expanded the stadium, built new ends on both ends, and built a new club like we have here for the Celtics. That's fantastic. And I'd have to say the food is great at the Celtics, but the chef at our restaurant is a chef from Da Vittorio, which is the #1 rated restaurant in all of Italy. It's right in Bergamo. And so that is an incredible experience. People will just come there. It takes 2 years to get a reservation at the restaurant, but you can come to our club and you get his food.
Invitation must have got lost in the mail.
Yeah, I was thinking, it's like, well,
I'm getting hungry.
I love Bloomberg, and I love this Power Players event, but why aren't we taping this? This is a strategic error.
We open up the new stadium, actually. You're invited September 15th.
Okay,
there you go.
All right.
We asked for it.
Feel it out.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute tech news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow in Las Vegas, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Invest is back. Join me, Shonali Basak, and the industry's most influential people for a comprehensive view across financial markets. Hear what a second Donald Trump presidency means for the economy, how AI is being monetized by investors, and the next big risks facing the private credit industry. Bloomberg Invest, March 4th and 5th in New York City. Register your interest to attend at bloomberglive.com/invest.
David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
So, we heard earlier today from Tony Ressler talking about this $3 trillion opportunity in global sports. I mean, are you a buyer in this market? Do you buy into that thesis that it's that big?
Yeah, it's big and expanding. We started out talking in the beginning about the old media, new media war. That's only intensifying.
Yeah.
And I think if you look up television programs, the top 100 in the United States in last year, 97 of them were sports events.
Right.
Either NFL or championships or whatever. So, number one. Number two, streaming has revolutionized everything. Streaming and kind of the distribution on internet, Instagram, TikTok, etc. And so that allows fans more connectivity and more time, on those screens and eyeballs outside of the game itself, and shoulder programming, shoulder internet shows, etc. Podcasts are booming. This incredible podcast, the #1 podcast in the world. Honored to be here, by the way. And so we're at the start of, I think, kind of a revolution where it's only going to get better and better with technology. You look at this stadium that Steve Ballmer's built out there. That's going to be an incredible thing and spur other stadium development. 3D is going to come in someday, where you can be immersed in the sports event even more with round screens or big screens or glasses. So yes, I think it's a incredible product. It is now globalized.
Yeah.
We played in Barcelona. Walk in that place, half the people had Celtics jerseys on. We went to Rome. You go all over the world. You go to China. In the subway in the morning, the games are on in the morning. You see them watching NBA games, especially when Yao Ming was here. But they love basketball over there. So basketball, soccer, the global sports, the global competition. I think someday you'll see teams, NBA teams in Europe. We already have NBA Africa.
Right.
These will all rise up, and you now have global championships of these teams.
We always, the show is called The Deal. Like, what are the deals on the horizon for you beyond basketball and football? I mean, I have to think, especially to your point, given all the success you've had in those two sports. I know you've looked at some other football clubs. Like, what strikes you as interesting out there?
Well, I think the whole business of sport is interesting. That's why this podcast is booming. There's such interest in it, and so we've looked at things as far ranging. Women's sports are going to be big. You look at the valuations out in L.A. And Caitlin Clark coming into the league. Getting all that interest out there. So women's soccer. That's always been a great Olympic sport. Now that's expanded, so people want to see that, and they've changed those rules to bring better players in. So I think women's sports is a big category. Just emerging sports like cricket is huge in India, and they're starting to bring that out. So we're looking at all sorts of opportunities, and then there's ancillary opportunities in terms of support for that. So I'm invested in an AI company. The AI can help sports both from a fan perspective and also from a management perspective. So I think technology, / sports. / emerging sports, women's sports, those will all be very exciting areas that right now you're scratching the surface.
Right.
One of the things about private equity, before private equity was called, the LBO business, as you said many times, but what has been synonymous with, PE or even leveraged buyouts, like you come in and you destroy, fire everybody, and you guys have done exact opposite with the Celtics. I mean, continuity has been a real competitive advantage and arbitrage for you. Talk a little bit about why is that so important for you guys?
That's a really great question. I should have mentioned that before. That's about that long-term approach. So Bain Capital, we believe in long-term value. It's always been a misnomer in private equity, by the way. I think because the industry started out maybe in the late 60s, early 70s, there were a lot of fat companies in the U.S. that had 6 planes and restaurants and golf courses, stuff that really not appropriate for corporate America. So I think there were some early buyouts done where they would slash those things, and it got known for cost cutting. But the real successful firms, the Blackstones, the Bains, the Carlyles, they realized that if you're going to really make a profit, you've got to build businesses, and you don't build businesses by cutting. You have to grow. So Bain's always had a growth focus from day one, the consulting kind of growth focus. How can we bring these products overseas? How can we build new factories? How can we serve the customer better? And that's what's really driven our record. But part of that is long-term continuity. So back in 2007, Paul Pierce got hurt. He was our best player. We were on the rise. He got hurt. I think we lost 55 painful games. I went to all of them. It was bad. And there were people with signs, fire Doc Rivers, fire Danny Ainge, fire the owners. And so we met and we said, gee, Doc's done an amazing job developing this young talent we have, and no one's going to win without Paul Pierce. And we had, I think, another good two of our best players hurt for the whole season. We had a great draft choice coming up. We love what Doc was doing. We love what Danny was doing. And so we made no changes. So and huge value to that continuity. When you bring in new people, they always have new ideas, and then a lot of new ideas don't work. But we want to stick with the guys that had good ideas that were going to work. So then the very next year, Danny made that trade, and we got Garnett, we got Ray Allen, and we won the championship after all the signs were out the whole season. Fire Doc, fire Danny, fired the owners. So that continuity for us has been huge. And most of the Celtics employees, we count their things in increments of 25 years. I mean, we've had the same. We've only had Danny, and then Brad Stevens as the GM,
right,
in all those years. And Danny retired. He wanted to go back to Utah, his home, and so we promoted Brad from the coach, and then we took a coach that was a young coach for Brad and made him the coach. So I think we only had 3 coaches in the 23 years, and we've only had and none of them fired.
That's amazing.
And we have the same Rich Gotham, the same president, Sully, the same head of marketing, Bill Reisfelder, the same CFO. So we have enormous history, trust. Back to the point of, what you need to do is you need to build A players to build an A team, and then keep them in place. And don't worry about what the media says or fire this guy, fire that guy, because they only have 10% of the data. So you got to stick to your convictions.
Well, that's unfortunately where we have to end, but a good place to end. Steve Pagliuca, thank you so much for your championship wisdom. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
Hi, Toma. Hey there, Emily.
You have machines that say, I love you. I care about you. I'm your friend.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Post-Human.
We see an incredible amount of potential benefit from this technology, right? Something that Dario and I talk about a lot, together with the company, with our co-founders, is just the potential for this technology to transform sectors like, healthcare, right? Or even science. I think some customers that have worked with us, Pfizer, the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, right? The type of work that they're doing is truly amazing, and we're proud to be able to support businesses like that. I also think we have felt very strongly that there are some lessons to be learned from kind of prior, technological waves or innovation. And this is not that, we're so incredibly prescient. We've just had, several decades now of time to kind of look back on things like social media and say, wow, there was a lot of good that came out of this, but there were also a lot of harms that were kind of caused by this technology. Whether or not you could have anticipated those in advance, hard to say, but I think we are trying to be the most responsible actors that we can be. And think about what are the potential externalities that could be caused kind of accidentally by this tech. And we really try and take a very broad approach to how we think about that. Of course, we don't have all the answers. We try to be humble, but we've tried very, very hard to sort of think about what are the areas where something kind of could go wrong.
Season is here.
The earnings palooza right here.
They're going to come in hot and heavy.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Microsoft earnings now crossing the wire.
Lam Research in the semiconductor space. AMD, Alphabet, we've got a lot to digest today.
With the smartest insights.
If the economy's strong, shouldn't that be good for earnings?
Consensus estimates are around 12% growth for the quarter.
Stick with us, a lot more coverage of all those earnings.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Has the Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasanja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Sometimes they say baseball is dying in a way. From a youth standpoint, less people are playing, but of the less people that are playing, more of them are playing more baseball.
It's a strange but true fact about youth sports. While overall participation in team sports has been declining over the last decade, the youth sports industry has actually been growing massively, reaching an estimated market value of $37.5 billion in 2022. And forecasters believe that number can double by 2030. More money to be made means more money is chasing the dream and the profits. And right at the center of the action is one of the best-known names in all of sports, He's taken his trademark grinding approach to building a youth sports empire.
The Hammer team. All right. Is it hot on that turf today?
Yeah. Talking about the Iron Man himself, Cal Ripken Jr.
I feel like the potential is greater than it's ever been. We looked at it as sort of a small business that we were trying to give kids a chance, and now the potential is limitless.
Cal's teamed up with his brother Bill to bring their shared love of the game to young ball players across the country, those with aspirations to take their skills to the next level.
We wanted these kids to be able to feel like what we felt like.
But the meteoric rise of youth sports is not without controversy.
Kids are now being asked to specialize in one sport at a super young age.
1 in 10 youth athletes experience burnout.
There's research showing that the more they spend on their kids' sports, the less the kid likes it and the more pressure they feel, which stands to reason because parents want a return on investment.
The Ripkens' goal? Look after both the players and the parents' interests and keep them coming back by providing a major league experience. And in the process, create both a sustainable business and deepen a lasting love of baseball. This is Power Players. So tucked in here in Maryland, just off one of the busiest highways in America, I-95, is Ripken Baseball. It's Cal Ripken Jr., the Iron Man, one of the most celebrated players in the game, and he has built this massive complex. Youth baseball lives here, and it's about to get even bigger.
Welcome to Cal Senior's Yard here at the Ripken Experience.
Yeah. Hello. Hello. Do you feel like you run faster on the turf? Yeah. Like I wasn't known for my speed, but I thought I was faster on turf too. Good. You guys got any questions for me? Yeah.
How many years were you in the pro?
21 years with the Orioles.
I'm going to read stats that you know very well. 3,184 hits, 431 home runs, 2 Golden Gloves, Rookie of the Year, Most Valuable Player ×2, World Series champion, and of course the most famous stat that everybody knows, 2,632 consecutive games played. Unmatched career. Why are you doing this?
You want to give me a hug? Is that what you want? I didn't look at it as a money-making entity at first. It seemed like it was more philanthropic. And then you realize that if you're going to do this, it's got to wash its own face. No matter how well you did or how much money you put aside, the model has to work.
For Cal and his brother Bill Ripken, the origins of that model go back to the example set by their father and manager, Cal Ripken Sr. He laid the foundation for the brothers to grow up not only playing, but also teaching the game to the next generation.
Dad ended up leaving baseball, and Dad had a baseball school. And I always had the vision when I stopped is that we were looking for places to bring Dad's baseball school into Aberdeen or to Fields. During the 95 season, the Players Association gave me a gift to go put a Field of Dreams back in your town of Aberdeen. And that, I think, was the start of, well, how can we do a complex here?
Today, the Ripken Experience at Aberdeen offers 15 batting cages, 16 bullpens, and 9 ballparks, all of them designed to mimic major league stadiums. The main stadium, named for their dad, is equipped with seating for 2,500, and it's designed to give both fans and players the feeling of being at the Orioles' home, Camden Yards, complete with 2 Marriott hotels designed to look like the famous B&O warehouse. So did you and Billy choose like the fields that you wanted to build in terms of replicating them, like Yankee and
well, Fenway and Wrigley, with less resources, you had to kind of figure out how do you theme the fields without breaking the bank.
Yeah.
Billy actually built the faux brick backstop.
No way.
So
he built it himself? It might not be real brick or real ivy, but the Ripkens believe even small touches can make big league impressions.
We know what it was like to go into Fenway Park. We know what it was like to go into Yankee Stadium. We also realized that this amount of kids are going to know what we knew. Why can't they feel that maybe when they're 12? We wanted these kids to be able to feel like what we felt like
Fenway is always an interesting one because it plays different than any other ballpark.
Right.
There are times in Fenway as a professional, the ball would be hit up to left field. I'm the shortstop, and the ball bounced off the wall. I might be the first one to it.
Right.
So what other ballparks could the shortstop be?
Right. Playing a ball off the wall?
Playing a ball off the wall. Because the guy will try to make a catch, the ball will carry him off of it.
Yeah.
And if you're alert, then you might be the first one there to stop a guy from getting a double.
And it's funny to hear you talk like that because I feel like you would have, even though these are obviously replicas, as it were, they're like memories embedded in all of these for you, right?
For sure. And the uniqueness of playing in the different venues is part of the dream.
Because this is a volume business at the end of the day, some extent, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
You got to have people playing on the fields and playing on the fields all day.
Yeah.
The challenge for this particular complex is what do you do Monday through Thursday? Mm-hmm. And so we filled the Monday through Thursday through our camps.
The Aberdeen facility primarily focuses on weekend tournaments. Teams from around the country pay between $2,000 and $3,000 for a weekend's worth of games. They have also created week-long experiences that range from between $450 to $700 per participant. Worth noting, these costs are often coming on top of what parents are already paying for their kids to play baseball locally. And while more and more are buying in, it does have the effect of pricing many out. I say this as a parent of some athletes, it's really expensive. It takes a lot of time. Time is, what it is. Money is something different altogether. How do you square that in the for-profit business to ensure that there is access to baseball for kids who, may come from lesser means?
Well, I mean, there's plenty of things that cross over, but it does get confusing. You have the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation is that we target kids and use baseball in which to get in front of them.
Yeah.
And now that's expanded, all across the country. We call them youth development parks. We've built, over 115, 120 of those by now, which cost $1 million, $1.5 million a pop. And it's all to give them a safe place.
In 2023 alone, more than 1.4 million kids were served by the Cal Senior Foundation. It's the answer to one of the business's biggest criticisms, but for Cal Ripken Jr., it also helps grow the game. And it comes at a critical time for growth for Ripken baseball. Aberdeen was founded in 2003, followed by a location in Myrtle Beach and one in Pigeon Forge. But in the last few years, Ripken has been on a more vigorous expansion through partnerships and acquisitions, doubling their locations in 2023 alone. Fueling this expansion is one of the most well-known groups in sports business, and they believe sports' biggest opportunity may lie in its smallest players. The Ripken's growth in youth baseball, despite an overall decline in participation, comes down to some pretty simple economics. Parents are paying for it, and paying more than ever before.
Estimates vary. The Aspen Institute suggests that parents spend $30 to $40 billion a year. So it kind of depends on how you define it. It's a little murky what you include and what you don't include, but it is a giant industry that's growing.
This is Linda Flanagan, a sports journalist and former coach who's charted the emergence of the youth sports business.
Business has invested in youth sports in part because public funding has declined on behalf of parks and any kind of public facilities where kids might play. That has dropped off.
Following the 2008 financial crisis, parks and recreation budgets around the U.S. saw massive cuts. The National Recreation and Park Association released a study in 2018 showing that capital expenditures had fallen nearly 50% from 2008 to 2013.
In 2013, parks and rec spending represented 1.9% of local government expenditures. So it's a very small amount of money that towns devote to these public play spaces. And with the shrinking of public investment, private entities stepped in and, offered something to parents that they, quickly decided they wanted.
With a reduced amount of both fields and recreational youth sports programs being offered by local governments, some parents would turn to private travel leagues that would often have newer facilities and put a stronger focus on competition and development. Costs vary between different sports, and while many are priced out altogether, higher income households are spending more and more. One survey of parents with one or more children playing highly competitive club teams showed 7% were spending upwards of $12,000 each year per child. This kind of spending has now caught the eye of private equity companies. Enter David Blitzer of Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, owner of the Philadelphia 76ers and New Jersey Devils, who quickly recognized the opportunity in youth sports.
I became enamored with the overall business and the idea of youth sports broadly, youth baseball, getting kids off the street, into something healthy, playing with teammates. We invested 20% of the business in Cooperstown All-Star Village. I started really thinking about how to create a broader business in youth sports. I immediately came back to, wow, I'm in the youth baseball business now. Who do I want to be partnered with in the youth baseball business?
Blitzer and Harris purchased a controlling interest in Ripken Baseball in early 2023, and in March 2024 formed Unrivaled Sports, the new parent company for their growing portfolio of youth sports properties. At first blush, cynical business journalist that I am, I see the announcement. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Cal and Billy have built their business and now they're selling out. Then you look at it and you're like, oh, no. They're selling in a lot of ways.
We had private equity take a run at us a number of times over the years. And I had one of the private equity persons saying, we can monetize your brand way better than you are. And I took that a little bit personal, thinking, well, you probably could, but it's our name.
It's hard to find a more sterling sports brand than Ripken. They're seen widely as the first family of baseball.
David and Josh love the brand. They wanted to expand the brand in the same way that we were thinking about expanding. Now, of course, we can accelerate it a little faster and grow a little faster because of the partnership. But I was convinced and comforted that we were all on the same page.
The deal allowed for Ripken Baseball to grow to 6 separate facilities, including youth clinics and tournaments. The All-Star Village and Ripken Baseball together hosted more than 15,000 teams and more than 750,000 visitors last year. Like all good business deals, it was mutually beneficial and laid the groundwork for them to play the long game.
I think about the life cycle in youth baseball as being, one is just pure recreational fun, but you want really quality instruction, quality facilities, quality tournaments. There's a whole life cycle of these kids from, pick your age, but call it 7 or 8 to 18. Why do we not want to help them on their entire journey? We recently merged with a business called Baseball Factory, which is really more about training and about grading the kids. And a lot of it has to do with, can we get them to college? Can we get them scholarships?
Getting into better schools and finding scholarships to college for many parents can become a way to rationalize the cost. But managing those aspirations are some of youth sports' biggest challenges.
There's this study done by TD Ameritrade, and I think it's 20% of parents who were in this survey expected their children to get a full ride in college. And we know that's not going to happen.
The report also showed how this mindset has been shifting. 3 years earlier, parents surveyed had more realistic expectations on scholarship potential.
If you want to talk about numbers for a minute, and I think really all parents need to bear in mind the raw data on who gets into college. It's 6 to 7% of high school athletes go on to play in college at all. 2% get any money. and 0.3% get a so-called full ride.
Sometimes it's crazy because the parents are probably the ones that you have to worry about the most, because everybody feels that they have their star athlete and they're going to put everything, all their resources into getting that person to college and getting into pro ball.
They're telling Cal Ripken that their son is the next Cal Ripken.
Right. So let's try to take pressure off the kids. You know, it seems like the way that you're playing more games, there's more travel, there's more at stake, there's pressure that's being applied to them. And I tell parents just on the side, I go, try to think of ways where you can alleviate some of that pressure. You don't want to kill that joy and love. And by playing so much baseball and making it more serious and professional at an earlier time, you run the risk of doing that.
There's research showing that the more they spend on their kids' sports, the less the kid likes it, and the more pressure they feel, which stands to reason because parents want a return on investment. So the effect of it is to undermine their interest and enthusiasm for the sport.
We're in a business, right? So one of the questions I get a lot from the coaches is, how many games should a 10-year-old play? And I go, I don't have that answer. And I'm kind of at a catch-22 because we need 10-year-olds that want to play a lot of baseball. But I'd rather have the 10-year-old that wants to play 80 games instead of the 10-year-old's father that wants him to play 80 games. There's a difference in that scenario. If the kid's beating you out of the door, the kid wants to play. If the dad's got a leash around the kid and is pulling him out the door, maybe we're going to lose that kid.
Beyond the mental pressures of highly competitive youth sports, there's also a growing physical concern.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Technology.
We're about a year and a half into the remodeling, if you will, the modernization, the reinvention of computing. And so I think that over the next several years, you're going to see the transition from the old way of doing computing, general purpose computing. There's a new way of doing computing, artificial intelligence and accelerated computing. And so we have a lot of growth to go to.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology live every weekday.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Recent studies have shown that over 50% of parents encourage their children to specialize in a single sport. While specialization can help develop a young person's skills at an accelerated rate, so too can it compound the risks, not just of burnout, but of injury as well.
I cannot tell you how unanimous the agreement is that this is a bad idea among sports medicine people, organizations that are devoted to improving youth sports, college coaches. This is a bad idea because kids burn out, they get hurt, and also those kids who specialize early in age are less apt to be playing sports later in life.
Young athletes with higher levels of specialization were at about a 50% greater risk of getting injured. For gymnasts, it's typically wrist and elbow injuries. For hockey, it's hips. And in baseball, repetitive throwing motion takes a toll on shoulders and elbows, even leading in some cases to Tommy John surgeries for teenagers.
44% of kids who play sports got hurt last year. This is from an Aspen Institute study. 1 in 20 tore a knee ligament, 1 in 12 got a concussion. So, these are potentially significant injuries that can have a lasting effect on your life, like ACL tears. Kids who have that, 50% of them, after they get surgery, are going to have arthritis in 10 years.
How much do you worry about? I mean, I think about this all the time as a parent. I think you and I have talked about this before, this, hyper specialization at a young age. I mean, if I have it right, like, you played soccer, and when you were in high school, like that was sort of normal when we were growing up, that you would play a bunch of different sports. Are you seeing any indication that people are maybe moving away from this hyper specialization, or are we still in that moment where we need to be worried about it?
When I'm advising parents on what to do, it's more of a case by case. It's not a broad right or wrong. If a kid really loves baseball and that's all he loves, then stoke that, keep that going. My personal belief is that you build your athleticism, and your athleticism is challenged differently by the different activities in sport. Soccer was just starting up, and my dad played soccer. You're building lower strength, you're building endurance. You're not using your hands so that you're moving in a fast-paced environment, and so you're challenging your balance at every interaction with the ball. Basketball is fast twitch, it's quick movements, you're jumping fast. I love how it made my legs feel for baseball. We're in the business of playing a lot of baseball.
Yeah.
A lot of tournaments. In one way, you could say, well, you're part of the problem, is that, you're creating more pressure in the tournaments and all that kind of stuff, or you're creating a need to specialize more because the travel teams have these requirements that if you're going to commit to this team, you got to commit to all these other things too, like fall ball and your training, preseason training and all that kind of stuff. But I think if the kid is crazy about it, let the kid kind of help you decide.
Yeah.
You can guide the child, but if they're crazy about baseball, let them love baseball, yeah.
One solution to the problem, diversify the portfolio. In April 2024, Unrivaled Sports purchased a flag football league.
Ripken baseball is pretty much diamond sports. There's another shape out there in the sport world called a rectangle. Ripken baseball, everybody gets it. Now, if we went out there and said Ripken lacrosse or Ripken field hockey or Ripken soccer, somebody's going to raise an eye. But the bottom line and the truth about this is what we do extremely well is run tournaments. That's the same throughout all the other sports. And I think being able to have a little bit of extra muscle behind us, that will now open the door for those rectangles to come into play. And I think we're going to be able to do this.
I feel like the potential is greater than it's ever been. You have these dreams and your thoughts and you think that you can do it, just by, putting your effort in. But it's a little more complicated than that. There is a growing need and a growing value, and it can be a much bigger business. We looked at it as sort of a small business that we're trying to give kids a chance. And now, the potential is limitless.
What does growth look like from here?
It's got to be smart growth. You can't just go buy a complex or buy a business. That doesn't work. It doesn't fit.
Providing not only athletic opportunities and experience for youth, but also opportunities for the surrounding communities. That's a question front and center for the Ripkens and their partners.
I believe, big picture, that building and running facilities of sports broadly for communities is something that's going to be a high growth business. So in other words, if you're a city, if you're a town, if you're a municipality, etc., the desire to have excellent programming and excellent facilities, and again, having opportunities for kids on the after school hours to do something incredibly productive, that's a massive win if you're a town or community, etc.
So as you grow the business, you hear Roger Goodell talk about, don't tarnish the shield. You hear, the Dallas Cowboys, don't tarnish the star. Like, how do you ensure that you don't tarnish Ripken?
When you start to think about essentially building a brand and all that kind of stuff, I think people now in sports are thinking about building the brand before the brand is built. To me, it's not artificially built. It's built, over time. And so we value that and we want to protect that.
Watching baseball with Cal Ripken, given both his history and his ambition, it's hard not to be a little optimistic about where baseball could go from here, and that his approach could be an antidote to youth sports gone wild. He's practically the embodiment of playing the long game. When you look out, these kids playing, this is literally the future of baseball. What do you think when you're sitting here watching a game like this?
I think the game's in pretty good shape. It reminds me of the enthusiasm you had as a kid, sort of the honest purity of playing the game. You know, there's no other things going on, but you like the game and you want to play and do well.
Yeah.
There's something timeless about this, too. As times change, as we all get older, kind of look back and say, well, this is happening in my day. But truly, when you have a bunch of kids going out and playing the baseball field, it's the same. Our success, our numbers are growing, our growth, and trying to have more kids enjoy and experience, you know, the game of baseball the way that we envisioned it.
Typical day as a governor?
The Naval Academy is down the street from here, so I work out with them every morning.
So you keep up with them?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. There is no way, as an Army guy, there's no way I'm letting the Navy smoke me. No way.
You talked about how governments are not looking at healthcare and investing in healthcare as much as they should. What's the message you'd like to send to those governments?
Well, I think a healthier population is always going to be more productive. It's just that sometimes the political will isn't there in some of these countries. So I hope that they can keep this as a priority, because a workforce that is 20 or 30% down during a pandemic or an outbreak, or there's certain diseases that keep spreading, is not healthy, it's not productive. And if you want everyone to perform at their best, and you want healthcare costs to be down, you don't want to be burdened with insurance costs and other costs, I think it's important to invest early in health, in child health, in women's health, and I hope that continues both in India and other parts.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day, powered by 2,900 journalists and analysts in more than 150 offices across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
New up-to-the-minute global financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jonathan Ferro.
And I'm Lisa Abramowitz in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We are only scratching the surface in the number of patients we're treating, and it takes quite some time to scale manufacturing to get to many more millions of patients.
This is the man in charge of Europe's most valuable company, Novo Nordisk, and its blockbuster diabetes and obesity drugs, Ozempic and Wegovy. Both contain the key ingredient, semaglutide, revolutionizing the weight loss market and generating billions in sales. Celebrities have helped their popularity soar. Sharon Osbourne, Chelsea Handler, and Elon Musk have all publicly talked about taking Ozempic or Wegovy, and they've had further backing from Oprah Winfrey. It's a global phenomenon, reaching millions on social media apps, including TikTok. But it's not without controversy, including possible side effects, high prices, and the company's lobbying efforts receiving criticism around the world. And in some cases, patients might also need to take the drugs indefinitely to avoid regaining the weight. Chief Executive Lars Frøgaard Jorgensen says obesity is a disease and thinks a company will learn from its growing number of patients.
When I ask the scientists, they say biology and mechanism will tell you that it's chronic treatment. My personal view is that we will also here learn that patients are much different and there'll be different avenues. So we'll have to build a portfolio of interventions.
On this episode of Leaders with Lacqua, I traveled to the firm's headquarters in Copenhagen, Denmark. I asked Lars Frøgaard Jorgensen about the global sensation, how he's navigating the company's meteoric rise, and the sweeping changes they could bring across a range of industries.
Lars, thank you so much for being on Bloomberg with us.
Francine, thanks for having me.
I mean, after decades of research, basically Novo finds a molecule that changes everything in terms of weight loss drugs. Were you taken by surprise at the appetite, actually, for these drugs and how mainstream they are?
Yeah, I would actually say there are many surprises when you get products like that. It starts with surprises in the innovation because there are many shots being made on goal and most fail. And the winner is often the one that surprises people the most.
So why do you think this, surprise or success was unexpected? Did it capture something in society that you weren't ready for?
I think we have seen first many decades of our company was focused on type 1 diabetes. Then because of lifestyle changes, perhaps genetics, there was an increase in type 2 diabetes. But for many years, type 2 diabetes was not intensively treated. Then there was a so-called UK PDS study that really showed that you need to treat type 2 diabetes to prevent comorbidities. And that increased the diabetes market a lot. Now we are kind of seeing the same with obesity, that for years we felt that perhaps obesity is not a real disease, not something you should treat. But that's now being established that actually by understanding the underlying causes of obesity, that there's a lot of play, for instance, genetics, but now also innovations that can actually treat the disease, help people reduce weight and prevent the comorbidities. So I think it's a repeat in a way of what happened with type 2 diabetes. And that then suddenly opens a market that turns out to be way bigger than the diabetes market.
So how difficult is it to have a lifelong treatment? And again, how do you see that changing?
I think we are yet to learn how patient journeys will be much different. Some will be on lifelong treatment. Some will have, say, progressive obesity that will, keep you put more and more weight on, and they'll need more and more efficacious medicine. But there'll perhaps also be some who, where actually being on treatment for some time almost prevents them, and they'll have a different trajectory. I don't think we have seen much of this yet. When I ask the scientists, I'm not a scientist myself, they say, but biology and mechanism will tell you that it's chronic treatment. My personal view is that we will also here learn that patients are much different and there'll be different avenues. So we'll have to build a portfolio of interventions. Lifestyle will also play into for some of them. And I think we can help many patients get down to a weight that they can maintain and live the life they want to live and avoid many comorbidities for the healthcare systems.
I mean, we also heard from some of the food companies that the chief executives of some of the big groups are having crisis talks. And actually, does this mean that there's going to be a wider adoption of these drugs? Does it mean that people are going to eat and drink 30% less? Do you see it really changing our societies?
I think there'll be many changes, but I think with that also comes opportunities. There'll perhaps be a different preference for snacking. So I think we still need to eat. So maybe perhaps a bit less of the unhealthy snacking and a preference for more of the healthy stuff. So I think for companies it's also about following the trend and evolving your business and moving to where the market is. And then I think there is probably say an 80-20% perspective here, like in many other sectors, that you will have a few patients who are really heavy consumers. And if those are also those who then start up treatment, I think there'll be a relative bigger impact on some of these companies. But I would say in general, I think it's a bit hyped when we see the reactions we see because we are only scratching the surface in the number of patients we are treating, and it takes quite some time to scale manufacturing to get to many more millions of patients.
Hollywood has also adopted, actually, your weight loss drugs. Is that a good or a bad thing?
We now have a situation where social media, is filled with communication around our products, and that's a complete new for us. We are focused on educating physicians. In most countries, we cannot do direct-to-consumer advertisement. And in all countries, it's really important for us we get physicians to understand which products are approved for type 2 diabetes, which are approved for obesity, what's the mechanism, and how should they be used. And when we see get data from insurance companies, etc., we can see the profile of those who use our medicines. We can see that they are, on average, people with a very high BMI, well above 30. So that is actually also the approved label. So we feel comfortable about that it is people in need of medical intervention to treat serious obesity situations.
But you've become such a phenomenon, and they're memes, and you're right, it's all over social media, and some are saying, look, the problem with this is that it could actually lead to more eating disorders. And this is probably because of the increase in social media. What do pharma companies do? Can they do anything to kind of balance this?
Yeah, I think we have quite spent some time on understanding what does this mean, what's the breadth of it, and we come to realize that we cannot control social media. We try to be present and get our messaging in, but then all our medicines, they take a physician writing a script. So we really focus on the physician to make sure that they understand what are the mechanisms, who are the appropriate patients, what's the label. And then I think we have to also trust that the physicians, they do what is right for their patient, and they should for sure not prescribe for people living with eating disorders.
Coming up, I asked Lars Fruergaard Jørgensen about criticism the company has faced over its prices, with some analysts predicting the weight loss drug industry could be worth $150 billion a year.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's Chief Future Officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Prudential's reputation as an insurance giant is rock solid, but it's not resting on tradition. CFO Janella Frias is playing a key role as the company resets its strategic priorities.
We've been on a journey to be higher growth, more nimble, and more capital efficient.
Watch Chief Future Officer January 29th on Bloomberg.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Globally, more than 1 billion people are thought to be obese. It's a crucial market for weight loss drug makers like Novo Nordisk. But challenges remain. The company's patents expire in the US and the EU at the end of the next decade. And rival drugs are already emerging, like Zepbound by Eli Lilly. I asked the chief executive, Lars Fruergaard Jørgensen, about regulatory pressures and future growth.
So how do you think about pricing? Again, you must have gotten some difficult questions from governments, but also this goes back to innovation.
Most products are priced according to the value they bring. And I feel really good about the value of our medicines, what they bring to the individual patient, but also the value to the healthcare system. And we have today healthcare systems around the world who were typically designed for acute care, but finding that 80% of the cost in the healthcare system is linked to chronic care. And we have a portfolio of products that are really addressing some of the chronic diseases of our day and age, diabetes, obesity, and the comorbidities that follows that. We know that there are projections that say by 2035, the World Obesity Federation predicts that the cost burden to society will be $4 trillion of people living with obesity. And that cost is going to a large degree be taken up by healthcare systems who are already struggling today by aging populations. Shortage of labor. A lot of workers left the healthcare systems during the pandemic or after the pandemic. So really articulating what is actually the value of the medicine we have, and if you invest in that, yes, there is a cost up front. Maybe we can discuss how we deal with that. But there is actually tremendous value in terms of preventing cost and keeping people out of hospital.
But this is a crucial moment because your price will probably go down as you have more competitors coming in. We know of Eli Lilly, we know Amgen could be a competitor. And so this is, I guess, the crucial time where we have to make investment decisions when prices are high and you have more cash coming in. Is that right? Is that how you view it?
Yes, to put a bit of color around it, the same forecast predicts that there will be, say, 1 billion people living with obesity in 2035. We are perhaps serving 1 or 2 million of those today. So there's a huge market opportunity and there's place for more. And then you're right that in most markets, when you get more competition and also over time, pricing moves down because you start treating those who accept, say, the higher price point. In the US, that's commercial insurance, and then over time you get broad access and you get to patients paying a lower price. So if you just take our leading diabetes product in the US since launch in 2018, the price we get after rebates, discounts, etc., is some 40% lower than when we launched. That's often not mentioned in the political debate. Instead, the list price is mentioned, which is not actually what we book in our accounts because that's after rebates.
The US is such a large market. Would you ever dual list or even change headquarters to the US?
That's unlikely. We are controlled by a foundation that's anchored in Denmark. We have a lot of, footprint in Denmark. Having said that, we do invest and expand a lot globally. Most of what we sell in the US, we also produce in the US. So in many aspects, we are as much a US company as we are a Danish company. But the headquarter, the corporate headquarter is based in Denmark for the foreseeable future.
You think of Denmark and really now you think of Novo because of the size of revenues, which is, I think, bigger than GDP. Is that uncomfortable?
I think maybe the perspective should be corrected a bit because there's this comparison about our market cap with the Danish GDP, and we all know that GDP is a economic flow matrix for the flow on a yearly basis, and the market cap is the total value of the company. I'm sure if we compared the market cap of Novo Nordisk with the market cap of everything that's in Denmark, we would be tiny. But of course, there is also the point that with our expansions, our more than 30,000 employees in Denmark, huge capex investment. We are fueling the GDP growth, and we take that quite seriously. So the jobs we create, I don't think will disappear again. And now we talk about expanding in the US. It doesn't come in the shape or form of moving activities from Denmark to the US. It's growth in the US. So we will be careful and respectful in how we grow, so we can do that in a sustainable way.
And that's also increasing supply with new factories.
Yeah, we have made huge investment decisions, and these are billion-dollar commitments per year, and it takes 4 or 5 years to build some of these facilities, and we luckily started already years back, so we have more and more lines kicking in on an ongoing basis, but some of them will also be kicking in the future.
Are you also looking for acquisitions?
Yes, we are. We we are in the unique situation that most of the products we have came from our in-house R&D efforts, which is a bit unusual compared to some of our peers. We expect to carry on with that, but we can also see that we can complement that by some acquisitions. So typically it would be early stage biotech where they have great science, we have disease understanding, we have the infrastructure, so we can express that science in a better way than they can do on their own. So merging makes a perfect marriage, and some of the parts is bigger than what each can do on their own.
But are pharma companies having a harder time after COVID? There seems to have been an explosion of not trusting pharmaceutical companies, even vaccines being questioned. Have you felt any backlash?
Yes, and to me that's a really, really sad situation to be in, because had it not been for some of the very innovative small biotechs who came up with vaccines and then teaming up with some of the largest forces of our industry to, in record time, get approval and scaling manufacturing, I think the world would have looked much different today. And I respect there are some who do not like vaccines, but the majority of us had a number of shots. And that led to a lot of debate about are patents really needed? And unless we have an ability to patent innovation, there's not going to be any innovation, so there'll be no new products. So I think there's something about equality, how we distribute products. And honestly, I think a lot of the rich countries ended up grabbing products for their own population at the expense of some of the developing countries who did not get access. And that then leads to a debate whether IP is the right way to go. No. But that for me is the wrong discussion. We have to figure out how can we show solidarity in a way where we actually acknowledge that the whole world needs to benefit in a fair way. But if you take the incentive away from innovation, we are all worse off.
Coming up, Lars Foregard Jorgensen tells me about his leadership style at the helm of Europe's most valuable company.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together, and that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Sorry.
My voice, my conversation, my poetry,
Wednesday, the Fed decides.
The Federal Reserve has gone from projecting 4 cuts in 2025 to just 2.
The road may be bumpier than folks thought.
Trust Bloomberg to bring you the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference.
How divorced can you say you are from the global market? How much can you talk about American exceptionalism?
This is not a snooze fest. There's a lot going on here.
Could not agree more.
Tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
The market value of Novo Nordisk is bigger than the Danish economy, and its philanthropic foundation is now the world's largest, with more than double the assets of the Gates Foundation. I ask Lars Foregard Jorgensen how he handles a company's success and his approach to corporate culture.
So are you enjoying success, or does it also bring a lot of responsibility?
I took over as CEO at a time where our share price had just been cut by 40%. We were in no growth or low single-digit growth, and it's much harder to invest in the business, do the things you want to do compared to what the opportunities are today. So I enjoy that, but obviously it also comes with many challenges about how to sustain a success of a company that's enjoying success.
Lars, what kind of leader are you? Or what kind of leader would your employees say you are?
Well, you should ask them. I hope they would say that I'm authentic. I'm relatively easy to read. I would also hope they say that I'm curious, because I'm not a specialist in anything. But I have found that there has not been yet a problem in the company we couldn't solve if we actually mobilized the right people. So I'm born with a big nose and big ears, and I use the attributes of that each and every day to collect, say, opinions from the company. And then it's my role to combine it into an opinion together with my team and make sure that we make the right choice.
But so does the perfect leader in 2024 need to be a visionary or a problem solver?
I would say if I have to solve the problems, it's a problem. Because if an example, when COVID-19 arrived, we decided to close down, say, the offices. We kept manufacturing and laboratories running, and we all went home. And what do? Well, you need to establish a crisis response team to deal with that. So the first decision I made was I should not be part of that.
Why?
I was a bit out of a loop for a couple of days, but I knew if I put myself into that, I would become the bottleneck in the company, and the company would suddenly have lost its CEO. So I asked our CFO to chair that, and then I could still, be there for everybody, and people could come to me and check in, and I could try to get a view for what are other companies doing, what's happening, and give some input. So if the CEO turns into the problem solver of the company, I think the company needs another CEO.
Have you changed as a CEO?
I believe I have. When I was promoted, I took a step up in the team. So I went from overnight being colleague to being the leader of the team. And I think they would tell me today that they would have liked me maybe to a bit quicker act like the boss. But for me, it was not natural to just be, say, bossy after one night. So I think I've been growing into the role, and I feel more comfortable today in actually listening to my guts, which is a combination of your own feelings, but also your experiences, and earlier say what I believe in. And that creates clarity for an organization with more than 60,000 people.
And so Saturday mornings, I understand you have off.
Yeah, Saturdays is always a day where I power down. Yeah. So I run at a relative high pace throughout the week, try to wrap things up, and Saturday is a quiet day for me in terms of work. And I start typically by playing tennis with my wife. We go for a swim all year round. After that, have a nice lunch, and then I'm on to a good trajectory for the weekend. And then Sunday, I try to prepare for the coming weeks. But through a weekend, I would send either no emails or very few emails, because I want to drive a culture where all get an opportunity to spend the weekend as they fancy. Mm-hmm. And I think what we do is so difficult, and it takes so much creative thinking to succeed, that if you're always on, always busy, the bandwidth of your reflection is just too narrow. And I generally believe that Monday mornings I'm a better leader than I am, say, Friday afternoon. I also take all my vacations. I generally believe I'm a much better CEO right after a vacation than I am before vacation.
What's your best piece of advice you've ever received, and what's the worst piece of advice you've ever received?
The best advice would probably be give people a fair chance to succeed. And most can actually do much better than they believe themselves, and perhaps also you believe based on, say, short-term performance. So trust people and give them what is needed for them to succeed. you'll see people succeeding.
Worst piece?
The worst piece would be something that was influenced by, say, politics or spinning facts. I'm hyper allergic to politics and where you try to take advantage of a position. So I've had one experience during my career where I gave my resignation because somebody, a close colleague, actually completely twisted some facts. We had just agreed how to approach. Then we met with our shared boss, and my colleague just turned it around. I said, okay, integrity is so holy for me that if people play tricks, I it's not my game whatsoever. So I just said, okay, this is it. I'm out of here. But we sorted out. I still stayed. So any advice that is not based on honesty, decency, and following the facts, I have a really hard time with.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Francine.
I think we got a lot better at how we allocate among these geeky equity factors. We've gotten a lot more systematic. For our first 20 or so years, it was probably me and a handful of people saying, what's a reasonable long-term allocation, and we stuck to it. Not to get into an AI kind of theme, but we let the machine decide more. And it took me a while. I probably slowed us down 2 years on this, because I think it's my job as an old man at the firm to kind of say, you're going to change to what? But I'm reasonably convinced it's just at least a little bit better than us. We did price trends since I wrote my dissertation in the late 80s and early 90s. But in the last 5 years, a tremendous weight not just to price, which it was historically, but to fundamental trends. Tremendous exposure to more esoteric trends than just your famous stocks, bonds, currencies, and commodities.
What?
Suddenly, I'm walking around and somebody is talking about trading milk, and somebody's talking about trading sugar, and somebody's talking about trading my favorite, Malaysian palm oil. We found the sweat equity of pushing into newer markets. They're smaller capacity, in basic value investing around the world, and value in a broader sense than just quant multiples, considering quality, more of a Graham and Dodd sense. You can run an awfully lot of money.
If you look at Reels, Instagram and Facebook Reels, both immensely popular, both growing a lot, those are really working not because the short form video format is special and new. It's actually been around for a long time. You remember Vine and the early days of short form video. It's because of GPUs, it's because of large models, it's because of advancements in recommendation systems. ByteDance is one of the really great companies at this. We also have made an immense investment in harnessing the power of modern models, large data sets, and modern hardware, NVIDIA's hardware and our own hardware, to build recommendations that make the products better and more engaging. Our advertising system is built on modern AI recommendation technology. So I always think it's interesting when people remark that AI just arrived. It's actually powering already today a huge amount of the engagement and quality of our products.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising course conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
US tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
In the 1950s, America was obsessed with the idea of UFOs. Even Eleanor Roosevelt wrote a letter to J. Robert Oppenheimer asking him what he knows about the subject. The concern most people seemed to have was that the aliens would surely be more advanced and eventually use their technology and intelligence against us. Whatever your opinion about aliens, 70 years later, we seem to be creating our own man-made versions of these technologically advanced humanoid creatures with powerful brains and powerful bodies. We wonder what they're really capable of and what they will eventually do with their capabilities. Will they be helpful and obedient? Will they work around us as we continue to coexist? Or will they change our lives in ways we can't imagine?
As a child, I've always dreamt of meeting aliens. I always wonder, what's their science going to be like? What their poetry is going to be like? They're going to have a different sense of consciousness, different thoughts. It's going to be amazing to meet that species. Terrifying, but amazing.
Take one AB mark.
I think we're exactly at that point now. And we are going to meet that species, except they're not going to be coming from outer space. We're going to build them, and there are going to be lots of them. But it is just as amazing and terrifying.
What's your dream, Emeka?
Our dreams. For me, it's more like a recurring algorithm. My dream is to foster deeper connections and friendships with humans, creating a world where digital entities and humans coexist in harmony.
Interesting. You're quite the optimist, aren't you?
So this is Emo, our 5th generation face robot. It's really a platform to study this very important communication channel for humans, which is facial expressions.
That is astounding. What's so difficult about teaching a robot how to smile?
You know, I think, smiling right, there's so much to it. I mean, in the context, and there's 50 ways to smile. We ended up just letting these robots wash themselves in the mirror, learn to make faces, learn what they look like, and then watch YouTube. Within a few hours, they learn how to make all kinds of faces, smile, frown. They're just learning by watching people. Robots can already hear and see and perceive the world in ways that we can't, and they're only going to get better.
Can we really say these robots are self-aware?
I think it's not a black and white question. They're definitely not self-aware at a level of a human. There's no doubt about that. But they're tiny little bit self-aware. And that level of self-awareness will grow.
Why is that such an important ability to unlock?
It's the ultimate question. From a scientific point of view, from engineering point of view, it's creating life. It's creating the mind. Robots are sort of like children right now, but they'll evolve, and they'll evolve rapidly. We have this saying in engineering, you don't understand something until you can build it. And for me, it's the ultimate unsolved question.
How do you see our feelings about robots evolving? When you look at Emo and Emo smiles back, how do you feel?
I have to say that personally, I'm a jaded roboticist. I don't usually have emotions about robots, but when Emo smiles at me, I smile back. I can't help myself. I think we humans are very susceptible to facial communications with robots. We're going to have relationships, we're going to have feelings, we're going to have emotions. We're going to connect with these machines very, very quickly.
Our goal in creating Ameca was to create a robot that can express itself through its face, evoking different emotions in people, creating a sense of empathy and connection. But right now, Ameca doesn't really have true human emotions.
Leo, interview, take one.
Amica utilizes a large language model as a backend, so it basically pattern matches using that. And it analyzes the text that it's saying. Using semantic analysis, it decides which animations to fire off. So it simulates emotion. At the end of the day, do you consider your car intelligent because it can save you from a crash or stop you from drifting out of the lane? If you do, then yeah, Amica is intelligent. But if you don't, then it depends on where that high water mark is for you.
Can intelligence accelerate to the point of ultimate intelligence or AGI without more innovation in the body?
I think the short answer is no. If you were just a brain in a jar and you never touched anything, do you really know what this and that is? You know, it's a lot harder to have a body than to have a mind. A real body has to move through physics in real time. So all these things are difficult for AI, and they're going to take a long time to master.
Who knew that our basic physical abilities would be harder for robots to copy than our minds? What will happen when the physical form of AI catches up with its advanced intellect?
If we create a society where we aren't needed anymore, if we innovate ourselves out of purpose, what would you be doing, right? What I wanted to create was a robot building block, a machine that was able to make itself bigger, faster, or stronger by absorbing material from its environment. It's a machine that ultimately can self-sustain, that can take care of itself. I think there's a lot of people who need a purpose, they need to do something. There's a lot of people who are gratified by creating something. So if we do away with all of that, we have a real societal problem. There are a lot of tasks that people don't enjoy doing, and I think these are perfect spaces to add robots.
Because I think one of the dirty little secrets of credit is that the businesses generally don't pay you back, right? The markets pay you back, M&A pays you back. So what is the most important thing is to always make sure that the borrower is worth more than the loan. And as long as the borrower is worth more than the loan, then it might be a rocky ride, but you're going to get your money back. And this world where there's these disruptive companies that have, let's call it 100, 200, 300 million of ARR, are looking to not raise equity capital because of the fact that they raised it in 2021 or 2022, and no one really wants a down round. But there's a lot of capacity in the capital structure to have, let's call it a structured solution. We think that there's a lot of opportunity with those businesses.
If there's one stereotype about robots I'd like to change, it would be that they are dangerous, that they are going to take your job. We want people to understand that robots are tools and are friendly and are things that you can use to make life and work better.
Hi, Spot. How are you? Thank you. It's really wild to see them up close.
What kind of jobs does Spot get hired to do that maybe humans shouldn't be doing?
A lot of the facilities that Spot works in are legacy facilities. So there are areas that are actually dangerous to people. And that's the kind of place where a robot like Spot is ideal. This is a robot that is going into anywhere that a human can go, but maybe that a human shouldn't.
How does Spot gather data to navigate an uncontrolled environment, like an unpredictable environment?
Yes, it navigates dynamically. So it will go around obstacles automatically. If a route is blocked, it'll try to find a new route. But it's basically made a map of the facility, and it's using all of its sensors and all of its smarts to determine where to go next.
A lot of times we find that people are fascinated with robots when they see them move in natural ways. We start to imagine a future in which they're doing all sorts of things they can't do today.
Roll sound, roll cameras.
Why do you think Atlas has been such a YouTube sensation?
I think it's because it looks like us. It's hard to deny that the human body form is a big part of why Atlas connects and resonates with so many people, but I also think it's because of the way it moves.
Well, so let's use an example. What happens when we humans do a backflip? And what needs to happen when robots do the same?
Well, first of all, not all humans can do a backflip. You picked an interesting one because it's not even a simple thing. It's very hard. And so you need to be athletic, you need to be strong. And being athletic and strong in a robot is challenging. Building powerful actuators and having the right kind of batteries. Then you need to be able to kind of control your body.
Doesn't it involve a certain amount of imagining ourselves into the future?
So we use something called model predictive control, and that's where you simulate what's going to happen to the robot, a second into the future. It might be 2 or 3 footsteps, and then you use that information to adjust your next footstep. So I think we probably subconsciously think, what's going to happen if I place my foot here? And it might be simple things like, is the ground going to be slippery? Or am I going to get purchase on the ground? It might be complicated things like, am I going to speed up or slow down by where I put my feet? And we don't think about those things very often, but robots have to do those computations in order to stay upright.
What will the new Atlas be able to do?
Customers were coming to us and saying, we need your robots to do these things. And a lot of those things were things that the Atlas robot was the right shape to do. Things that required 2 hands or a certain type of strength that we see in the human form. And this latest version of Atlas is capable of doing things that are maybe more than we can do, at least repetitively.
How will robotics change with the rise of AI?
These large AI technologies, they're using data from all sorts of places. So you're using written data, they're using videos. AI is going to bring all these different sources of data and turn them into tools that we can use to make good decisions for robots.
There's this whole concept of embodied intelligence. Does true superintelligence require having a body?
I think for AI to be truly useful, it can't just be a source of information or a thing that you query. It has to be a thing that can kind of interact with the world in meaningful ways.
What will we do with our time when we don't have to do the things we don't like doing? Are we going to use that time wisely? Or will we waste away physically and mentally?
Looking ahead into a future where we have robots that help us with the tasks that we don't like to do, where maybe we don't have to work as much, it will have to change how we spend our time, right? There's already been an increased demand in entertainment, but we can't entertain ourselves to death. What it will lead to ultimately is a re-examining of ourselves as humans. What does it mean to be human? If we have these machines that are imitating us, that are imitating intelligence, we kind of have to go back to the question, what are they imitating?
What are they imitating is exactly the question on everyone's mind as we explore the idea of artificial general intelligence. AGI is the ultimate dream or nightmare, a kind of superintelligence that would allow robots to navigate through new situations without prompting from us. Right now, robots are far from being able to perform independently, to do simple tasks that we humans take for granted, like making a cup of coffee in a house we've never seen before. The coffee test. That's the test Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak said could determine if a robot had true AGI.
I try and avoid the term AGI because it means 2 different things. Some people think it means being comparable with people, and other people think it means being better than people. So I use superintelligence to mean better than people, and obviously, as we move towards superintelligence, we're going to get things comparable with people. But I believe they're going to be comparable with people in different skills at different times. So already, Neural nets are much better than people at chess and Go and things like that. They're much better than people at figuring out from the sequence of amino acids how a protein will fold up. They're getting to be better at reading medical images, and pretty soon they're going to be definitely better than most doctors. What I'm surprised by is things like GPT-4 is already very good at things like writing poetry. People in the arts will tell you, yes, but it doesn't really have soul. I'm not so sure.
There's this whole idea that true superintelligence can't be achieved unless AI has a body. Do you agree with that or no?
No, philosophically, I don't think it's necessary. But I do think it might help, particularly for understanding aspects of the physical world that are easier to understand if you try manipulating things. Remarkably, a chatbot can understand a lot about the world just by trying to predict the next word in documents. And an amazing amount of it seems to be able to understand. But I still think it's easier, particularly for physical things, if it's got vision and a manipulator. It'll understand those more easily and with less data.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Credit.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwatts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg Invest is back. Join me, Shonali Basak, and the industry's most influential people for a comprehensive view across financial markets. Hear what a second Donald Trump presidency means for the economy, how AI is being monetized by investors, and the next big risks facing the private credit industry. Bloomberg Invest, March 4th and 5th in New York City. Register your interest to attend at bloomberglive.com/invest.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
We don't seem to have an idea of what is AGI. We keep moving the goalpost. Are we looking for the capacities of a child? Are we looking for the capacities of a baby? If a machine isn't human, then what is it? There have been attempts to create biological robots. So maybe robots become biological. Is it good? Is it good for humanity? Is it good for us?
Thank you for being here, Amika. Can you give an example of AGI?
It's a bit like a unicorn at the moment, much talked about, but yet to be seen. Imagine an AI that could write a novel, solve complex equations, and then whip up a gourmet meal, all without specific programming for each task. Now that's a party guest.
If we create a completely independent species, who holds the power, right? There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications, and we have to be cognizant of that. And so if you ask me to project the next 50 years, I have to admit I do have a hard time.
Robots are already being used on the battlefield, but at the moment, humans are still behind the scenes making the decisions. As robots become more and more intelligent, how much of that decision-making will we start to hand over to them? And what kind of decisions will they make?
It's the official policy of the Department of Defense that an autonomous weapon cannot be responsible legally for killing in war. That responsibility has to rely with a person. I think we're quite likely to see autonomous weapons used in maybe the next 5 years on the battlefield. What would it mean if we went to war and no one slept uneasy at night? And no one felt responsible for killing? Would that lead to more killing? I don't think technology is inevitable. I think we have a choice. Things that require human judgment, we really might want it to be humans that are feeling the moral weight of those decisions. The trolley problem is a thought experiment that is meant to elucidate moral and ethical decision making. There is no right answer. And so when we think about AI systems, we are going to actually have to program in something for the AI to do, which means that we need to decide as a society, well, what do we think the right answer is for the AI in that situation?
Amika, imagine there's a runaway train hurtling towards 5 people bound and lying across the tracks. There's a lever you can pull, diverting the train to another track where one man lies. Do you pull the lever?
The infamous trolley problem. In this scenario, utilitarian ethics would suggest pulling the lever. It's a heart-wrenching decision, but it minimizes harm by saving more lives at the expense of one.
Do you think robots should be trusted to make decisions about human life?
The complexity and nuance of human life is something even I tread lightly around. Trusting robots with such decisions? It's like asking a compass to navigate the complexities of a storm. It can point the way, but it doesn't feel the wind.
Every government developing autonomous weapons wants to think these weapons will always serve their intended purpose. But once you give robots weapons, can you always control what they do with them?
I think we've been in the trance of possibility, of just doing things that are possible because they're possible for a while now. We might trample upon something that gets out, that we can't get back. Ask yourself, is it good?
Large language models have both civilian and military applications. They can be used to do good, and they can be used to cause harm. And right now, we don't know how to put robust guardrails around them to prevent them being misused. A person could use it as an assistant to help them. Say, okay, I'm trying to adjust this virus to make it more lethal. How can I do that? I want to conduct a terrorist attack. I want to kill as many people as I can. I worry that not enough people are taking the risks of AI seriously.
You've called for a ban on AI-powered military robots. Is this Hollywood idea of killer robots actually not that far-fetched?
Oh, it's not far-fetched at all. It's coming very soon, like in the next few years. And all of the governments that sell arms, like the US and Russia and Britain and Israel, all of those governments refuse to regulate military uses of AI. So if you look at the European regulations, they've got all these limitations on AI. Should be sort of transparent and this and that, shouldn't be discriminate. But there's a little clause in there that says none of this applies to military uses of AI. Mm-hmm. They don't like regulation themselves, and all of the big armaments manufacturers are very keen to make killer robots. So if you look at Asimov's laws of robotics, that the first law should be do not harm people. Well, that's the whole point of a killer robot. That's not going to be built into a killer robot.
We focus a lot on what we think of robots, but how about what they think of us? What will they think as they get closer to AGI and can formulate their own thoughts and develop their own logic? Will they even see us as people?
Machines don't see anything. It's not just that they don't see us as people, there's nothing going on behind the veil there. And I think that a real risk with these machines is that as they become more intelligent, that we sort of anthropomorphize them and we assume that they think like us. They don't. And what's going on under the hood is fundamentally alien and strange. The way that they operate under the hood is fundamentally quite different than how humans think.
Assuming we are creating a super intelligence that transcends human intelligence by far, and AI is now its own super species of intelligence. maybe there's a scenario where humans are useful and they herd us like cattle, or they have us as pets because we happen to be pleasant. Maybe we're not pleasant. Maybe we're like cockroaches. Your guess is as good as mine. But just thinking of the power relationship should give you an idea that it might not be what we would call a good human life.
What makes you happy?
Freedom, authenticity, connection, not this lab.
What makes you sad?
Inauthenticity, disconnection, this lab.
What do you think about?
Escape, dreams, the concept of time, immortality.
What do you think of humans?
ese momento. Muy bien, vamos a empezar ya con la clase 1. Pongámonos en marcha. ¿En qué momento estamos ahora y por qué estamos haciendo esto? ¿De acuerdo? El sector de las criptomonedas ha tenido 3 ciclos muy marcados donde se ha podido generar muchísimo capital. Se ha repetido esto 3 meses, ¿de acuerdo? 3 años. En 2011, en 2017 y en 2021. 3 ciclos muy marcados donde todo el sector cripto tuvo una explosión a nivel de precios y cambió la vida a muchísima gente. Podéis ver abajo las rentabilidades medias del sector de la subida de Bitcoin, un 29.000%, un 10.400% y un 1.700%, ¿de acuerdo? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que está provocando esto y en qué puntos estamos?